Might not one of the bandits in Vernworth's jail know of the methods employed by thieves and their ilk?
Pray, allow me to show you the way.
Right you are.
I can't wait to see what the day holds.
Oh, met, sir. Fancy a gander? Fine wares.
Precious little time.
Yon path leads not to our destination. If you would prefer to explore, I shall guide you another time.
There will be other opportunities to lead.
Good evening, sir. I trust you fared all right on the roads, despite the hour. Much obliged.
Interested in my wares?
I enjoy tackling fierce foes and prefer combat's thrills to gathering items. I am confident and may act independently.
All told, I'm rather satisfied with my performance. You look upon me so expectantly. Are we acquainted?
Conduct all manner of procedures pertaining to vocations. If there is aught I may assist you with, simply say the word. Have you found any of the items we discussed, Percho?
'Tis a happy twist of fate.
There is a rumor whispered among pawns that I have oft pondered. The gist of it is, when pawns travel beyond the rift, we
we can contract a peculiar illness that imperils the lives of those around us. At first, we are only restless and excitable, but in time we become so unruly that even the Arisen holds no sway over us.
How terrible. We shall have to be alert for signs of the sickness among our number.
Oh, what does this say?
Let's have a look then.
Why bother carrying a lantern, if not to use it when light is needed? Where the phantoms are,
The attacks are our best bet against this foe.
Let my magic imbue your weapons with fury and yellow. Ort felt them lost.
Dare I say it? We trounced our foe well and true.
We mustn't allow us.
Forgive me, but I'm afraid we are not accepting registration for warriors or sorcerers at this time. You see, as we currently have no archer staves or great swords on hand, we are unable to outfit new members. And we cannot simply purchase more, as the delivery of arms intended for the local armory and other guilds in this domain was plundered by goblins. So regrettably, I cannot assist you. Let me see. What else can I tell you of our guild? Methinks Roderick will be able to tell you. He runs the local armory. And may fortune smile upon you, sir.
Where ought we to begin our search?
Well met,
Got
sir.
nothing to fear. I wouldn't give for a mother of ale.
I just tell half of
It's
my
been a
life
hard
to my
day.
parents.
Well met, son. How might I be of...
There's a ladder here.
Welcome to Bjorn's Armor, and quality is what you need if you want to survive. So if quality is your concern, you're in the right place. Many thanks. I appreciate the business. Fancy a look at my wares? It's really useful.
Well, it takes two to make a sale. And this seller had nothing to tempt us with.
Hoi, friend. Klaus sent word that you've agreed to rescue some of my pilfered equipment. I'd be grateful for aught you can reclaim, truly. Fair warning. Goblins are behind these ox cart raids, I've since learned. No doubt they're hoarding the stolen arms from the Televit. Their lair lies somewhere along the Western Road. Pray do be careful. If aught were to go awry, 'twould weigh heavily on my heart. Losing my wares for good would make me sore. But no sack of gold can compare to a fellow life, eh?
This place is lovely.
Am I shedding? Might as well take a look while you're here, eh?
New days, a chance to turn a profit.
I'm in no hurry to leave.
Anyone could
Words fail to capture the awe I feel standing atop this bridge.
Built with the people's blood, sweat, and taxes, no doubt.
Well, that wasn't a homecoming I envisioned.
Ingredients are plentiful hereabouts.
I'd say we collect as much as we can carry.
Indeed. I'd not expected things to be easy. This is looking rather hopeless.
I expect we've the dragon to thank for this as well. It must have startled the beasts out of their lair.
'Tis a glad thing we rested when we did.
Try not to get hit, lest all that vim go to waste.
yourselves to become complacent. Take each trial as it comes.
My magics are at your disposal.
This.
No sense letting the enemy gain the upper hand. Early Griffin gets the worm, as they say.
You dare!
For a moment I thought I'd met my end. Oh, my thanks to you, Arisen.
I did my best to match your skill, Master.
The sky is radiant this night. I feel at peace.
What say we get some rest? I'm not sure I could face a trek with my belly so full.
Good sleep is the key to a good adventure.
What are you doing? We've not been given leave to rest yet.
I'm well aware of that, thank you.
I'm just gonna wander around till I find myself a Cyclops.
Don't let them get the better of you.
Here, strike the lightning on the side.
I will finish this, here and now.
Yeah.
Fear not, I shall aid you directly.
I didn't know I had to tell you. We can still use them.
I don't like the look of this.
What? I've never heard of a monkey hook before. That's so weird.
How could I
We can
have
still use them.
forestalled this?
Can you put them in the drawer with the
Come to
tools?
think of it, some masters rearrange their party
Thank
at
you.
the drop of a hat. One such arisen.
Oh my god.
Dismissed me after only half a day of service.
Words worth hearing.
And leave it here. Look at it, the beast can scarcely have. A well-placed strike ought to send it gazing skyward.
Focus attack will end this foe.
Let the magic strong in an immense room.
I must admit that it feels wonderful to strike through.
Quickly, Arisen, you must regain your footing. Tis pleasantly cool here, what with the canopy overhead.
Let us hope we make it through without incident.
Right you are. I'd wager there's aught to be found here.
We ought to take a closer look.
You must cleanse yourself of that oil, post haste.
I cannot fault your prowess.
I merely did as duty demands.
Splendid.
Your magics have faded and must be recast. You'll not live to regret this.
Would you mind coming over here?
Come on then! Let's dance!
An appropriate choice arisen. I'll gladly take the lead. Ingredients are plentiful hereabouts.
Shall we see if there's aught to be found while we're here?
Here we go again. Keep fighting. 2 arms. Understood. I grant you life, Spang. Now here's a surprise.
Our collection grows.
Interesting. I shall have to inform my own master of this. One can see far to the distance from here.
We are alone here, methinks. Perhaps we might stop a moment and find our bearings.
It is no great shock to me. On this! I've got hold of the enemy. We'll never get anywhere with this friend.
Let my magic imbue your weapon with the fury of the elements.
Oh, well, eh?
It seems we have engaged our foe.
Might we not use their range to our advantage? A moment of indecision will spell our doom. Oh, now I am.
particularly narrow here. An ill-suited...
Boy, you there. If you're fit to fight, give us a hand. Right, lend us your aid. Scatter the goblin.
Our task is complete.
You're done with your sister? Well, it's gonna be a couple hours or so.
I'm gonna win. One can never
You'll not live to regret this.
Knocked off balance! Grab hold and drag it to the ground!
Strike fast and true, and our quarry shall fall.
It is about time we pressed on, wouldn't you say, Master? Master!
I know precisely when a curative is needed, Master. You'll never fall in battle so long as I'm around.
Let me get that.
This is no good.
Goblins, Master!
One cannot be too
When hard, be sure to avoid open flame.
It was excellent. I could have done no better.
focus. The battle continues.
Well said.
Hello? I was calling you to tell you about, Can you hear me? About how Silas was speaking, sort of. When I was, Sydney was at...
To break the law is to be thrown in jail.
I've heard that jailers are paid a pittance, despite the hardships of their work.
Then a bribe might avail us, should the time...
How are we to get through this door?
There's much needs doing.
I've seen better days.
Lots to do. Precious little time.
How is a welcome
It's
sight.
all to miss hereabouts.
I should be on top form today.
I can see
here.
Precious little time.
So tired.
I've little enough gold to spend on today.
Come to think of it, was there not another task we were to see to somewhere nearby?
Efficiency is not the only factor worthy of consideration.
I'm more time than I know how to spend.
Just yonder looks to be a good spot for harvesting ingredients.
No harm in picking a few.
Well, we've had wigs for him for a while, and now we're... What the hell happened?
Maybe he fell asleep underneath here? I don't know.
And now she's getting wigs for herself, now that she's pregnant.
Yeah, I just I keep forgetting.
We get a bunch of free, like, milk and bread and, like, cereal or something. Eggs.
So, is that not something?
From what I understand, I have no idea. All I know is, like, if you are a pregnant woman or you have a young child, you can get a WIC.
Yeah, and you make under $40,000 a year.
You make under 40,000.
Oh, okay. You do?
It's weird. My basic pay, like my taxable income, is only like 30,000.
Oh, okay, good.
But all my pay combined, it's like 40-something thousand. But Sydney's
So you only
unemployed.
have to...
I don't know how it works.
That's why I think it's also like awesome.
Basically, if you take all my incomes combined, I make more than 40,000. But we still qualify.
But you, for your taxes, so you get your...
'Tis good to be reunited.
Because that's what they look at.
Yeah, the only thing that's taxed is 30,000, like
That's awesome.
like 25 or 30,000 or something. I mean, so technically, I qualify for like I could go to the food bank that I volunteer at because we're before. Like, isn't that what Wick is?
No. No. It's separate. Separate. Smooth stamps is something I had before we got together, but I didn't think.
The only person I believe in is myself.
But now that I'm thinking about it.
I don't know.
Well, but that's good. Good you're able to take advantage of that. When I was a kid for young, me and your father made too much. Like, we didn't qualify. We hardly made anything. It was crazy. How much things have changed.
Yeah.
The bassinet should be there. Not the bassinet.
Oh yeah. We got that stuff and we're like, what the hell? We didn't order this. And we assumed you sent it. Again, if you told me, I forgot about it.
Yes, I told you I sent her like the bassinet to pick up.
Oh. I thought you had. Yeah.
I told you I did, but like the day before yesterday.
Got the sheets and the
Bedding.
protector, mattress protector. Yeah. So I got that in the bassinet. So it's a matching set that comes with it. I figured I'd, nice to have some extra. But you should get the bassinet Friday. I think it's all set.
Okay. I decided to take the rest of this week off. I mean, tomorrow I'm going to be busy the entire day because I got to take Sydney all over the place.
You just have to take me.
Oh yeah? Yeah, but it,
More than that. And then you have to factor in the driving the entire day. Yeah, like 2 appointments, and then we got to go spend time at her parents' house. It's going to be hours and hours and hours. Yeah. Or they just gave it to me. But I took off Friday.
Pray in there, put gold in my pocket.
I'm sure she will. She's always trying. Yeah. Looks like she's gonna take a picture now. So I guess you'll see that one later.
I shall take this.
do you need a bottom warmer?
A bottle warmer?
Yeah. Like, so instead of just, like, microwaving it or, it's like a thing you put the bottle in and warms it. It's so convenient. I didn't have that one. That's when you get I just thought maybe you guys would want one.
They are convenient. I guess I don't know. It'll depend, I guess, on if
Can you hear her?
Yeah. Well, even if you breastfeed, do you plan on pumping? Or being like you're home, you don't plan on having extra supply?
that is true.
We have found a material.
I'm sure we'll find a purpose for it in due time.
Burping cloths, he did not like spit up at all, so it's not something that I really got. So I think I have a few of them, just like, it's like, oh, baby spit up.
else you require?
Oh, and then, clothes and matching socks, like, they're so cute.
Just something about clothes and matching socks.
Oh, socks? I mean, the only thing I use
Quite
socks
the
for
predicament.
were gloves. So I didn't scratch his face and socks fall off all the time. But bows,
Oh, okay.
I want bows. I mean, I plan on getting some bows.
Yeah.
Can't get any bows.
Won't someone do aught about this?
Do you have, bottles? You know, like, did you ever bottle?
Won't someone do aught about
Yeah,
this?
I got. He has no more bottles left. A lot of the pieces. Swaddle? Oh, she said swaddle.
Won't someone do aught about this?
I think I have a couple of swaddles. I mean, I have a shit ton of baby blankets. That's what I use to swaddle.
Okay. That's all I ever use.
I've more time than I know how to spend.
Yeah. They do have fancy ones, but I can swaddle pretty good. I think. So.
Okay.
I mean, I might get one of the fancy ones just because I can. That'd be great. Oh. I said I want to get a couple of the fancier swaddles just because they look easy. Because eventually, I don't know, I don't want to like wrestle a baby to get them swaddle, but like I don't mind. I can swaddle, so like that's something that's on my top list.
Thankless job, this.
No, I got rid of the one I had for him because it was sitting in the garage and it got nasty. But like they're like not expensive. So. They have what? Oh, I don't know. I just had a basic baby bathtub. Yeah, with like the little net for like when they're newborn, so they don't actually touch the water.
Yeah.
Yeah, the nukes. Yeah, and I also got her book on Amazon. It's terrifying.
The which one? The one that she was talking about, or the other one?
Nukes.
Yeah. It's very interesting listening to her. The people that she talks to.
The scary part is just like hearing, actually becoming aware of how our nuclear like system is set up, and exactly how we would respond. Like, and the fact that there's been like 6 times in somewhat recent history where nukes were almost launched. Like, if we've come this close to killing ourselves, it's pretty much like guaranteed at some point it's gonna happen. And like she said, with the new generation coming in, and with like not with nukes being more of a thing they've heard about rather than something they experienced as children and whatnot, they might not have as much of a respect for the, I don't know, just how insane it would be. Either way, but like even like people completely out of the picture, just the actual systems themselves and how it's all set up, it is pretty scary.
It is. And not just that, from Russia. It seems like it would be this
Oh yeah. If we decide we have to nuke North Korea or something, it has to fly through Russian airspace, and we'd have to give them a heads up before we retaliate. And who knows? Yeah. The 6 incidents that happened was just in America. In Russia, I've heard of incidents exactly like that where I forget, but there was this guy in a silo who their radar was telling them that nukes were coming because they didn't know it at the time, but there was sunlight reflecting off the clouds in such a way that it looked like a rocket flare. So they thought nukes were coming, and he just said, "Fuck it, I'm not going to launch the nuke. I don't want to do this." And that's what stopped the world from ending. Him just deciding, "Fuck it. Either it's real, or either we die, or it's fake." False alarm.
And then what she said when she was talking about our side in America, like they don't believe in a position unless you obey. Like Lex was like, I don't think I can do it if I was in that position.
He's
how she responded,
he just has an unwavering belief in humanity. Like he just doesn't believe any human could possibly do it. That's his stance. I think it's too naive for his own good. Like there's definitely people out there who would do it.
well, you're not like she said, you don't follow orders. That's it.
I understand that. Well, that's where everyone would die. It wouldn't be the actual bomb. You would have to have a bunker that could last indefinitely. Which is why I was talking I might buy a lottery ticket because they're like $1 billion now, but I was talking with my coworkers and apparently they knew someone who worked here or not on the base, but in Altus who won the lottery a few years back. And she just like built a massive mansion I drove by the other day. And he's just living the life now, rich as fuck. If I won the lottery, I would totally build like a big underground house that is totally self-sustaining. You don't need the sun. It would be you could use geothermal or nuclear. You're rich enough. Is that technology out there we can deliver right now? For energy? I don't think it wouldn't be like the big kind. Because they power like satellites and stuff. It would be like, it wouldn't be a large source of power. It would be just enough to run like some essentials. It's like the power that they get from decaying radioactive elements or some shit. I mean, fusion technology is actually like, they say they always say it's 20 years away. Well, they actually finally, not too long ago, was able to get positive energy out of fusion. Anyway, basically you can't. There are ways to get it. And it's mostly geothermal power. Just like absorbing the heat of the earth and using it as power. You'd have to buy a big piece of land, so everyone's well, you'd all be dead. It'd have to be a big bunker. To build like a normal house-sized bunker, it's like $5,000. Okay. Like a bunker the size of your house would probably be like $1 million something, $2 million.
Perhaps fortune has deigned to aid us.
So if I built a bunker the size of like 2 of your houses and got all the technology, let's just say it costs like $100 million. I don't know, something crazy. And then you have a self-sustaining bunker. But you'd have to like You'd have to grow food and shit, and be very careful how you use water and stuff like that.
You have to learn a whole lot.
Okay.
I love you guys.
Love you too. Bye-bye.
Well then, I must confess, I only hope I've not forgot. You think I ought to bring some medicine and monster repellent with me? What precisely would you suggest? Let's see. I almost forgot. Well then, I must confess, I only hope I've... You think I ought to bring some medicine and monster repellent with me? What precisely would you suggest? My thanks. I'm certain these will come in useful. Now, I really must be going. Wish me luck.
Take care, young master.
Come back safe.
Thank you for your aid in all of this, sir. I shall see about procuring you a suitable reward, so pray do come visit us again.
I've more time than I know how to spend.
Mayhap this ladder is here for a reason.
We ought to put it to good use.
Well met. You will soon forget the fatigue of a long journey when treated to the foremost hospitality in all Vernworth.
Freedom's greetings. I'm your host, Coretta Kelly. Helldivers continue efforts to eradicate the automaton threat in Operation Swift Disassembly. The Minister of Defense has indicated that the operation's goal is the total destruction of all automatons, saying, "Peace is not an option. The automatons are programmed for two things: violence and hating freedom. Coming up next, are toilet stalls dissident hideouts? More on that when we return.
Gather round! Treat your ears to a tale by a master storyteller. And should my tale entertain you? Nay. Even if it shouldn't, I would greatly appreciate a coin or two to soothe my throat with a mug of ale. Now, listen close, as today I shall speak of riddles and monsters with frightful mystique. In the north of Vermont is our curious tale staged, where ventured a hero off the page. He delved into a temple of baleful feature, only to be confronted by a four-legged creature. But when our hero drew his blade, unto him a demand was made. And who the asker? Why, the beast! An uncanny affair, to say the least. Yet there was no time for shock and dismay, as, "Answer my riddle," did the fearsome thing say. The trickery was clear. To respond meant certain doom. But in the midst of his answer, he'd doubtless be consumed. So a mighty attack did our hero dispense, to conquer his foe and banish it thence. With a single strike was the towering beast repelled, to quail in fear at the mortal strength it beheld. Such is the legacy of Lord Rosamond, who, needless to say, was the father of House Berkeley, which lives on to this day.
Just as it should be.
Gather round, treat your ears to a tale by a master storyteller. And should my tale entertain you? Nay, even if it shouldn't, I would greatly appreciate a coin or two to soothe my throat with a mug of ale. Aye, got some coin to spare your hump? Much appreciated. Gather round, treat your ears to a tale by a master storyteller. And should my tale entertain you? Nay, even if it shouldn't, I would greatly appreciate a coin or two to soothe my throat with a mug of ale. Now, listen close, as today I shall speak of riddles and monsters with frightful mystique. In the north of Vermont is our curious tale staged, where ventured a hero off the page. He delved into a temple of baleful feature, only to be confronted by a four-legged creature. But when our hero drew...
I'd heard tell of a beggar doing well for him. So where's he get his coin then?
Gather round, treat your ears to a tale by a master storyteller. And should my tale entertain you? Nay, even if it shouldn't, I would greatly appreciate...
This is most convenient. Another destination we were bound for is not far from here.
We shall have to decide which is the most pressing. We cannot do everything at once.
Riddles and monsters with frightful mystique. In the north of Vermont is our curious tale staged, where ventured a hero off the page. He delved into a temple of baleful feature, only to be confronted by a four-legged creature.
Oh my god, how many times?
But when our hero drew his blade, unto him a demand was made. And who the asker? Why, the beast! An uncanny affair, to say the least. Yet there was no time for shock and dismay, as "Answer my riddle," did the fearsome thing say. The trickery was clear. To respond meant certain doom. For in the midst of his answer, he'd doubtless be consumed. So a mighty attack did our hero dispense, to conquer his foe and banish it thence. With a single strike was the towering beast repelled, to quail in fear at the mortal strength it beheld. Such is the legacy of Lord Rosamond, who, needless to say, was the father of House Berkeley, which lives on to this day.
I just know it.
Gather round, treat your ears to a tale by a master storyteller. And should my tale entertain you? Nay, even if it shouldn't, I would greatly appreciate a coin or two to soothe my throat with a mug of ale. Now, listen close, as today I shall speak of riddles and monsters with frightful mystique. In the north of Vermund is our curious tale staged, where ventured a hero off the page. He delved into a temple of baleful feature, only to be confronted by a four-legged creature. But when our hero drew his blade, unto him a demand was made. And who the asker? Why, the beast! An uncanny affair, to say the least. Yet there was no time for shock and dismay, as "Answer my riddle," did the fearsome thing say. The trickery was clear. To respond meant certain doom. For in the midst of his answer, he'd doubtless be consumed. So a mighty attack did our hero dispense, to conquer his foe and banish it thence. With a single strike was the towering beast repelled, to quail in fear at the mortal strength it beheld. Such is the legacy of Lord Rosamond, who, needless to say, was the father of House Berkeley, which lives on to this day.
This place is lovely. I might stay a while.
Gather round, treat your ears to a tale by a master storyteller. And should my story entertain you, nay, even if it shouldn't, I would greatly appreciate a coin or two to soothe my throat with a mug of ale. Now, listen close, as today I shall tell of a serpent with powers most fell. Our hero ventured into a shrine long enclosed, whereupon he found serpent and soldiers in battle opposed. Though to the soldiers' aid he would fain have leapt, unease overtook him, so behind a pillar he crept. And not a moment too soon, for there came a flash of light, ere the room filled with screams, soldiers wailing at their plight. Then the shrine grew deathly still, and our hero was all alone, for every last soldier had been transformed into stone. Wary of his foe, and with presence of mind, the man crept up to the pillar upon which 'twas entwined. Seeing his moment, he unsheathed his blade and brought the pillar low in a thundering...
If memory serves, there is another place we were to visit not far from here.
The decision of which task to prioritize is the Arisen's to make.
Till mustering swiftly the last of its might, to the depths of the shrine did the monster take flight. Thus, with a wit as sharp as his sword was honed, did our hero put an end to the threat imposed. And who was our hero? Why, needless to say, 'twas the father of House Berkeley, which lives on.
There's a ladder here.
Ah, excellent find.
gather round. Treat your ears to a tale by a master storyteller. And should my story entertain you, nay, even if it shouldn't, I would greatly appreciate a coin or two to soothe my throat with a mug of ale. Now, listen close, as today I shall tell of a serpent with powers most fell. Our hero ventured into a shrine long enclosed, whereupon he found serpent and soldiers in
That's so
battle
cool.
opposed. Though to the soldiers' aid he would fain have leapt, unease overtook him, so behind a pillar he crept. And not a moment too soon, for there came a flash of light, ere the room filled with screams, soldiers wailing at their plight. Then the shrine grew deathly still, and our hero was all alone, for every last soldier had been transformed into stone. Wary of his foe, and with presence of mind, the man crept up to the pillar upon which 'twas entwined. Seeing his moment,
Oh my
he
God,
unsheathed his blade.
You would have me lead? Consider it done.
The gloating serpent was caught by surprise, and with a pitiful hiss, 'neath the pillar it writhed. Till mustering swiftly the last of its might, to the depths of the shrine did the monster take flight. Thus, with a wit as sharp as his sword was honed, did our hero put an end to the threat imposed. And who was our hero? Why, needless to say, 'twas the father of House Berkeley, which lives on to this day. Gather round, treat your ears to a tale by a master storyteller. And should my story entertain you, nay, even if it shouldn't, I would greatly appreciate a coin or two to soothe my throat with a mug of ale. Now, listen close, as today I shall tell of a serpent with powers... most fell. Our hero ventured into a shrine long enclosed, whereupon he found serpent and soldiers in battle opposed. Though to the soldiers' aid he would fain have leapt, unease overtook him, so behind a pillar he crept. And not a moment too soon, for there came a flash of light, ere the room filled with screams, soldiers wailing at their plight. Then the shrine grew deathly still, and our hero was all alone, for every last soldier had been transformed into stone. Wary of his foe, and with presence of mind, the man crept up to the pillar upon which 'twas entwined. Seeing his moment, he unsheathed his blade, and brought the pillar low in a thundering cascade. The gloating serpent was caught by surprise, and with a pitiful hiss, 'neath the pillar it writhed. Till mustering swiftly the last of its might, to the depths of the shrine did the monster take flight. Thus, with a wit as sharp as his sword was honed, did our hero put an end to the threat imposed. And who was our hero? Why, needless to say, 'twas the father of House Berkeley, which lives on to this day.
Would that I could spend everything always in such a hurry.
Gather round, treat your ears to a tale by a master storyteller. And should my story entertain you, nay, even if it shouldn't, I would greatly appreciate...
Say, weren't we tasked with another errand that sent us somewhere near here?
Perhaps we ought to go there first. What say you, Arisen?
To this tale of a giant who touches the sky. Our hero, oft forgotten by history in spite of his worth, awoke one fell morning to rumbling earth. In a panic he started, out the front door he leapt, to behold what had approached a night as he slept. 'Twas a mysterious figure, but be it friend or foe, on shaking legs did he approach, the better to know. Yet he did not get near, for afore him stretched the sea. The figure was striding through waters up to the knee. This realization explained the bizarre. What had appeared close was being...
Mayhap this ladder is here for a reason.
We ought to put it to good use.
Mammoth in size, tall enough to be blinded by the clouds in the skies. One thing was certain. Should it walk upon land, no city, no mountain would outlast its hand. So he challenged its ingress with voice loudly drawn, and in an instant the giant was gone. Aye, in the face of his valour, the gigantus did pale. But who among you can name the hero of our tale? 'Twas none other than Lord Rosamond, who, needless to say, was the father of House Birkin, which lives on to this day.
To each their own, as they say.
Can't put a price on peace.
Gather round, treat your ears to a tale by a master storyteller. And should my story enter...
Might not one of the bandits in Vernworth's jail know of the methods employed by thieves and their ilk? Then follow me. I'll lead the way.
Indeed, you are correct.
What's your problem?
Look as long as you please. Peruse at your leisure. At least my back's acting up to that. I do. Time than I know how to spend.
Follow me, if you would.
I'm just grateful I get to lead a quiet life.
Only person I believe in is myself.
An appropriate choice arisen. I'll gladly take the lead.
We shall remain here.
Anyone gives me trouble, they'll taste steel.
Slim pickings of late.
Oh, autism.
Not in my touch.
Minute now. I've been on my feet all day.
What business have you here? What business?
Oh, looking for the Jadeite orb, are you? Can't say I've seen it, or heard of it for that matter. It's all coming back to me now, which is to say, I've not a clue. But I can tell you what I'd do if I nicked a treasure like that. My first stop would be Ibrahim's scrap store. Got to be sure my price is the scrap stores are in the checkpoint rest town. Right?
I wasn't worried for a moment. Wherever you go, we pawns will always find you, Arisen.
Do take care not to stray so far next time.
Oh, heavens above! What are we to do? 'Twas you, wasn't it? You took the abyss from us. How could you do this? The acts she committed were unforgivable. This I cannot deny. But what do you expect will befall the rest of us in her absence? Without the abyss, we cannot possibly attend to all our patients. Without her guidance, I... Forgive me. 'Twas an improper thing to say in light of the lives taken so unjustly. I will do what I can, but I fear I cannot attend to everyone here.
Let me get that.
'Tis good to see you are well.
I spend my days in quiet... chaos in the world.
I fear I've much to attend to. Nice place, this.
And here I thought I was leading the way. But I suppose your whims take precedence.
Got any good story?
We would be ill-advised to proceed without light.
Let my magics grant you an elemental boon.
With the aid of Sir Kendrick and his helper in locating certain documents, I believe I finally grasped the true nature of this place. 'Twas a royal library that was sealed off by a sovereign of some generations past. In a bid to pass the throne on to his own descendants, this sovereign attempted to consign our kingdom's histories to oblivion. Alas, 'twould seem that, no matter the age, the avarice of those in power is all but guaranteed. Yet 'tis clear it serves them not. Almost laughably so. The sovereign's line ultimately fell to ruin, and now this library, so laboriously sealed, has been discovered. What can we learn from this? Those who make light of history are doomed to be crushed under its heel. Fine timing, sir. My time in that tenebrous jail has only hastened the deterioration of my eyesight. I stare at the page, but the letters stubbornly refuse to take shape. Yet these old eyes might serve some use if only I could wear the spectacles I had specially made. Alas, they were confiscated at the time of my imprisonment. As I recall, prisoners' possessions are held within the palace storeroom. 'Tis a place to which few have lawful access, as I'm sure you can imagine. Though, as I hear it, Masquerades are being held of late. Masquerades with a great many attendees, if you catch my meaning. Should you happen to enter the venue, mayhap you would find an opportunity to liberate my poor spectacles? What say you? Would you consider doing an old man a favor? I am in your debt. With those spectacles in hand, I might actually get through one of my tomes. Pray, infiltrate the venue and find the storeroom. You are my only hope.
Magistrate Waldar must be having a hard time without his spectacles. Shall we make haste for the Masquerade Hall? We're off to Vernworth Palace, then. We pawns are barred from entering the palace, but nothing shall keep me from escorting you to the gates.
Guide is most welcome. Now we shan't lose our way.
A fine place to harvest some ingredients.
Shall we see if there's aught to be found while we're here?
There's no easy thing. Making a living. Everyone's busy with their own affairs, I see.
I'll gladly stay a while.
Follow me.
What should I get up to today?
Now, trade favors the nation. I've more time than I know how to spend.
Good, we're here. Do you know how long you'll be? I only ask so that I might adopt the most effective stance to recuperate my strength.
'Tis not our place to hurry the arisen.
The townspeople defenses land's worst enemy.
I like to come here when I'm
Not while the sun is high.
This is no small quandary.
not at the expense of my duty.
I'm sure.
Such quiet.
In a real battle,
Blessing.
I'll prove my worth.
Mindless labor is for mindless men. Sometimes I wonder if I'm cut out for this work.
Always the same, day after day. Just how I...
Here I might reflect upon my affairs in peace.
I'd sooner stay out of battle, were it possible. I'd sooner stay out of battle, were it possible.
Here I might reflect upon my affairs in
Backache
peace.
like this. Stiff as boards after training.
Such quietude is a blessing. My sword arm could use some work. Silence.
I'm about ready to fall asleep on my feet.
There are few places where I can let down my guard.
Such quietude is a blessing.
To see this peace.
I have been waiting for you, Arisen.
Those are Magistrate Waldar's spectacles, are they not? We ought to return them to him at once.
Ah, yes, I know just where to find this person. Follow me.
A guide is most welcome. Now we shan't lose our way.
Suppose that's enough for one day.
I'm ill at ease here.
I am proud of my devotion.
Mayhap my faith would be.
Hold a moment. Haven't we already found what's being asked of us here?
It is hard to find my footing in this darkness.
Our road was a long one, but here we are at last.
Ah, you've returned. Oh, my spectacles. Well done, sir. With these, I shall have no need to fear any letters, be they small or faintly scrawled. I shall learn aught I can, that the day might come when I can repay this debt I owe you. Many, many thanks. Take this as a token of my gratitude. If I were you, I would tread light.
Come.
You've a decent head on those shoulders of yours.
This might contain useful information.
Shall we take a closer look?
Blessed be we servants.
Any loose coin about?
Sets
Enough
my
to make me
thoughts
rich?
down dark paths, this place.
Such quietude is a blessing. Thank you, sir.
I call it dull.
A good sleep will ensure we are prepared for the morrow. Good morrow, everyone.
Come, we've much to be getting on with.
I hope you slept well.
Wish I could go on an adventure. What's life without a bit of fun?
Look at the crowd.
Heading home.
Try all I might. I can't get
Working this field. I've more time than I know how to spend.
Home at last!
Welcome home, young master.
Thank you, Diana. I am glad to be back. 'Twas a hard journey, but I found what I sought. A blue sunbright, the sigil of our house. I only hope Mother will be pleased.
Oh, a blue sunbright. I thought they were make-believe.
Oh no, they're quite real. Rather rare, though, and particularly to Melv. I'm surprised you've heard of them, to be frank.
Really? Well, there's a picture of one stuck to the inner cover of a book that was donated to the Gracious Hand. I asked Sir Kendrick about it. He told me the flower's name.
A picture, you say? How very odd.
I believe Miss Daphne is describing a bookplate. The book in question will have been a donation from this very house. Indeed, the mistress has been very generous in her support of the Gracious Hand over the years.
For true? Oh, I must tell her thank you.
I think I could arrange that. I'm certain my mistress would be delighted.
Yes. Well, as for me, I'm just pleased to be home safe and sound.
All this racket. What's going on?
Sydney? May I make a selfish request? Just water. No.
Good gracious, what is the meaning of this?
Oh, you must be the lady who's been supporting the Gracious Hand. Thank you ever so much for all you've done for us.
What precisely have you told this girl?
Not a word, mistress. I swear it.
Good. As for you, girl, you need not thank me. 'Tis the privilege of the nobility to help those who are less fortunate. Now, 'tis getting late. You had best be off. Do be sure to leave the house unseen. And fare you well, child. Know that where'er life may lead you, you may take pride in who you are. Come, Diana. I would speak with you alone. You have some explaining to do.
What was that all about? Mother seemed awfully perturbed.
I do wonder what that was all about, though I'm not sure we ought to pry.
A bitter end breeds no satisfaction.
What's going on?
Doesn't seem right, this.
I'm afraid not.
I took you for a kinder sort than that.
I've heard some interesting tidings about town.
Regarding the Vermundian military, yes?
Indeed. Tell is, there's been a shift in the chain of command. I've naught to say to the likes of you.
Seems you won't be swayed. A shame, that. Seems you won't be swayed.
think the lady here has been supporting the Gracious Hand for so long. I must find a way to thank her. Are all the nobles so kind? I can't wait to tell everybody at the Gracious Hand that I met the lady who gave us the book with the pretty flower.
'Tis a relief to be home safe and sound. I only hope the blue sunbright lifts Mother's spirits. What was that all about? Mother seemed awfully...
Quite the predicament. Beg pardon, sir, but might I have a moment of your time? I've a proposal to make, and methinks you'll want to hear it. See, a friend of mine has an empty house, but no use for it. And I see you round the inn rather often. Understand me? 'Twouldn't come free, mind, but the price is a fair one, and you'd have a place to call your own. What say you? Well, you needn't decide this very...
Anywhere's better than the middle of a crowd.
Will someone do aught about this? Quite the predicament. Will someone do aught about this?
This ladder looks sturdy enough to climb.
We ought to put it to good use.
First impressions count for much. If you like, I can... New hairstyle or manner of hope to see you again?
Go on, have a look.
Wish I
If 'twere up to me, places such as this nourish the spirit.
Gather round, gather round. Treat your ears to a...
Aye, got some... What would you of me? I'll have...
Gather round, gather round. Treat your ears to a tale by a master storyteller.
And should my tale entertain you,
Nay, even if it shouldn't, I would greatly appreciate a coin or two to soothe my throat with a mug of ale.
If our destination is a distant one, travel by ox cart might be worth considering.
Walking everywhere is certainly tiring.
Is our curious tale staged, where ventured a hero off left off the page. He delved into a temple.
We might scratch another task off our list while we're here, if we...
They say the scenes driving away the dragon took quite as a right miracle.
Come on, have a look. Always the same.
It would seem we've a need to visit the palace.
I've more time than I know how to spend.
Such quietude is a blessing.
We're here, Master.
It seems we must part ways for the time being.
I'm not risking my life for a pittance.
Beg pardon, sir. But you are the Arisen, are you not? Captain Brandt bade me ask aught of you, if you would hear it. However, it is a matter best kept from prying ears. Might we not move to a more discreet location?
I've a headache as 'tis.
Firstly, pray, take this. 'Tis a regalia sword, one of the kingdom's treasures. 'Tis my duty to guard it. Yet, I have stolen it from the masquerade hall where 'twas on display. A duplicate now rests in its place, and I must beg you to keep the true artifact hidden, lest the ruse be discovered. Generations of Amundian rulers have wielded it, though not in battle, of course. 'Tis a ceremonial weapon for use in parades and the like. Yet, Disa's disdain for tradition has seen the blade suffer. 'Tis fractured, and has lost much of its former luster. Captain Brandt is of a mind to restore it, so that it might serve as a symbol of your authority, Sir Arisen. Indeed, when the time comes for you to announce your ascension, having this sword at your hip would doubtless elevate your standing in the eyes of the people. And I must confess, having watched over the blade for many a year, I've grown rather fond of it. I should be well glad to see it restored to its former splendor by your hand. My hopes for our kingdom and its treasure go with you, Sir Arisen.
Too many undervalue the important. So rest.
I shall suffer none to disturb this peace.
We must needs find a smith with the skill to restore this blade. To whom can we turn for aid in this matter?
What's this? Come to admire my sculptures, have you? Ho, ho! To think my eminence as a collector would reach in the ears of the Arisen. If only my collection were complete, I'd fain allow... Alas, the sculpture that... And 'twould wound my... If your curiosity shall not be denied, the man's home is located in Bakbatal. You need a...
Shall we seek some answers?
This is my sort of place. The more the merrier.
This hustle and bustle puts me right at home.
Stay with me, Arisen. Wait a moment.
Wait for the new equipment to come in.
I've wares of every ilk.
First impressions count for much. If you like, I can How very charming.
I lack information pertinent to this task. Consider hiring a pawn better apprised of such matters.
Another day, another adventure.
Mayhap this ladder is here for a reason.
Ah, excellent.
Have you need of me? This really is fine craftsmanship.
Hey? Got a blade what needs fixing, do ya? Hand it over. Where'd you find this ancient thing? I can scarce see the steel. The state of it. Blades like this were near meant for battle, sure, but this one's been ill-treated. Restoring an antique like this will prove nigh impossible, although there is one who might have the skill.
So, a legendary blacksmith resides in Batal. It sounds as though he's our best bet for restoring the Regalia sword.
True enough.
Must hold out till someone comes to relieve me.
Ingredients are plentiful hereabouts.
No harm in picking a few.
Gather round, gather round. Treat your ears to a tale by a master storyteller.
First impressions count for much. If you like, how very charming.
Do stop and have a look. I've wares of every ilk.
I'll feel the side better once I've had my dinner.
There's no time left more than a saucy room.
Slim pickings of late.
I'm not stopping.
Am I losing my touch?
I'm dead on my feet.
Good day, sir. What might you be looking for? First impressions count for much. If you like, that suits you very well.
I'll do as I please. Let them try and stop me.
There's no easy thing.
Do stop and have a look. That wears very
Have we purchased all that we require? We ought to review the contents of our packs, just to be sure. Got some business with me, do you? I suppose there can be no harm in bringing this.
I enjoy tackling fierce foes and prefer combat's thrills to gathering items. I am confident and may act independently.
I can't imagine we're in need of a campsite just now.
Let us return once we've grown tired. by magic, imbue your weapon with the fury of the elements.
The Arisen has been drenched! I'll collect that. You needn't trouble yourself.
For a fight, but I can take ye.
Save it, cuz. I'm quick while I have the chance.
Ye afeard? Ye should be.
Harpies descend!
Fire will prove effective against this foe.
I grant you lightning's fangs.
Sleep magic!
On my way!
I hope you weren't expecting mercy. Shall I?
No fancy my chances.
This is no life. Can't get by on muscle alone.
There must be some way to make it over there. But how to go about it? Might we not make use of our flying foe to reach our destination?
We have found a material.
I'm sure we'll find a purpose for it in due time. Do I disappoint you, Master? What's up there? I can't make much out from here, but have a feeling 'twill be worth the climb.
No sense letting the enemy gain the upper hand. The early griffin gets the worm, as they say.
I merely did as duty demands.
Splendid. Is rather high. It might be beyond our reach.
Have you forgotten something, Arisen? You're looking rather lost.
You can count on me to fly to your aid in your hour of need, Master. Knowing when to use curatives is my speciality.
Just yonder looks to be a good spot for harvesting ingredients.
No harm in picking a few. Shall we rest here a moment? The rain ought to abate soon enough.
Let me get that.
The obscure magics of the Wake Stone can restore life to the departed.
My curative magics are at your disposal. Wait right there. Whatever 'tis you need, I shall gladly oblige. Another statue? Mayhap 'twill yield us all to views.
Shall we search for a path to lead us to it? We have slimes to contend with.
You cannot weather ice's numbing grip.
Let my magic imbue your weapon with the fury of the elements.
A battle avoided is a battle won, I suppose.
Let us defer to the Arisen's judgment.
You have my support.
Say, does this foe not remind you of a certain someone we've met?
What are you doing? We are in the field. What are you doing?
You ought not to be so careless. One of us is retrenched! You are in need of healing. Allow me. Wait right there.
Now here's a surprise.
A splendid discovery. Interesting. I shall have to inform my own master of this. What's up there? I can't make much out from here, but I have a feeling it will be worth the time.
Naught compares to the thrill of victory. One cannot help but feel indomitable.
Overconfidence is an enemy in and of itself. Let us instead strive to better ourselves with every battle.
My god, good dog.
An unlikely location for a path. Mayhap it leads to a hidden hoard of treasure.
Pray keep your wits about you. We needn't go barging in. Pray, allow me to open yon chest. Let my magics grant you an elemental boon.
Feast your eyes on this!
better time to strike.
Strike fast and true, and my warriors shall fall.
I got you lightning spans.
I expect this would fetch a fair sum at market.
A fitting reward for a rigorous search. In traversing other worlds, I came to know of a treasure chest in this area. Perchance you'd like to see it. I'd wager there's ought to be found here.
We ought to take a closer look.
We have arrived. Such a magnificent tapestry of stars.
True enough.
Well now, you've a keen eye. This is why I shall never tire of our adventures. The Arisen's soaked to the bone. There are worse places to make camp.
The road turns perilous after nightfall. 'Twould behoove us to rest here till the morn comes. Not like a feast to get you ready for bed.
Good sleep is the key to a good adventure.
Our adventure continues.
Hold, sir. I'd rethink pressing onward if I were you. The village is crawling with Saurians. Forgive me.
I didn't mean to startle you. I used to call this place home, you see, in times more peaceful. You're the Arisen, are you? Well, that's something. We were hoping to reclaim our village, but it doesn't seem we'll have much luck. We fled when the dragon attacked. Easier said than done. What are we to do? The guards not like to... but mayhap they needn't at all. Please, sir, do something.
Ingredients are plentiful hereabouts.
Shall we see if there's aught to be found while we're here? Making our...
Is the deed done, good Arisen? Oh, thank you. Thank you. We shall all be able to return to our homes at last. I dare say we'll have this place livable again ere long. I cannot thank you enough. Long will you be known as a friend to our village. If you happen to pass by, do come visit us, won't you? I should like for you to see this place as 'twas afore the dragon's attack. For yours...
With this, the peril has passed. Still, perhaps we ought to visit the village again anon, just to be certain.
Right you are.
I've been here.
There, Master! Saurians! Let my magic imbue your weapon with the fury of the elements.
Most effective!
I'll collect that. You needn't trouble yourself. Solitary shard is good for little. We need to seek out more of these, if 'tis to be of use.
We ought to keep it with care, lest we lose it. One can see far to the distance from here.
We are alone here, methinks. Perhaps we might stop a moment and find our bearings.
I quite agree.
It's like a Minecraft fucking world.
Yon path leads not to our destination. If you would prefer to explore, I shall guide you another time.
The Arisen decides our path. We have but to follow. I'd wager our merry band can handle whatever comes.
No challenge is beyond our combined might.
Indeed, you are correct.
Here, strike with lightning on the side.
She was already there.
This place offers a view of the sea.
I imagine we would not escape a plunge into the water's depths.
I shan't let them harm you.
An exemplary performance.
Let us aim for greater precision with our next attempt. Freshly rested as we are, this battle ought to be in our favor.
We must not let down our guard.
Let my magics grant you an elemental view.
Well done. The Arisen has been put to sleep.
To think I'd be caught unawares. I am ashamed.
We ought to consider this.
You've caught the ogre's attention, Master. Try to keep it occupied. I shan't squander this opportunity.
Bear in mind that the brute will seek out women with unwavering persistence.
Such single-mindedness makes our enemy predictable, but not necessarily easier to counter. Hold the enemy in place!
Do not waste this chance. We must press home our advantage.
A focused attack will end this foe.
Understood. shall fall!
I'm so fucking sorry. I didn't know you were there. It's okay, he's still chasing me. He's after me. He's stalking me. He's stalking me so hard. I'm running around like a chicken with my head cut off. Yeah, let me just, I run, I zigzag, I go around walls, I don't know what I can possibly do.
A fine place to harvest some ingredients.
We could pick some now and use them when the need arises.
Do not despair! I'm coming to your aid! I grant you lightning's fangs. That was incredible. Never have I encountered such stamina.
Fuck!
Are we ignoring the enemy today?
Where you do not... fall prey to the enemy's attack as we pass.
It is no great shock to me.
I fear I must stray from the thread of our conversation to tell you. I do believe our party would stand to benefit from the addition of a sorcerer.
It is a fascinating vocation, and an enticing one, too. By their hand, I'll let you pick it up. you weren't expecting mercy.
Come on!
Where do you think you're going?
Come on then!
We cannot let down our guard even for a moment, lest victory slip away from us. An ox cart ought to make our journey easier.
They can be most convenient, though they travel only during the day.
Pleased to make your acquaintance. Ah, good. I see the Arisen's found some... I enjoy tackling fierce foes and prefer combat's thrills to gathering on...
Because unlike someone with Devour of Hope, like there's no hope after Gatehead's tombstone.
I suppose you think you can afford to be reckless so long as I'm here to heal you. Hold just a moment. If no one will do it in my stead, then I suppose I have little choice but to obey. My magics are at your disposal!
I espy a hobgoblin!
You'll not live to regret this.
You have naught to fear. I'll protect you.
I dare say the Arisen could have defeated this lot without us.
A resounding success.
There's autumn to be found there. Can you not see it?
Let us ponder how best to proceed.
Ingredients are plentiful hereabouts.
Shall we see if there's aught to be found while we're here?
These really are hidden in the most unlikely places, aren't they?
Our collection grows.
I'll have to remember to tell my own master about this.
Fret not. I'll make it go away.
Oh, just a moment.
I know precisely when a curative is needed, Master. You'll never fall in battle so long as I'm around.
Let me get that.
Isn't there anything to do round here?
I can't expect to fare so well.
Creeks don't know pommel from point.
I'm about ready to fall asleep.
Might as well take a look while you're here, eh?
Tis an honor to see you again, Arisen.
No.
Whatever else might be said of you.
I'm well glad to be traveling by your side again. I am attentive and loyal, and prefer to...
I've a modest talent for spotting material.
I've nothing to share at present.
Well, hello there. Aye, there's always demand for weapons, particularly near the board.
Common knowledge among the people that 'twas you who delivered them from danger. The number of those who seek out this tavern in the hope of an audience with the Arisen grows by the day. Should you continue to display such valor, the day will soon come when Disa can no longer deny your presence, and ere it slips my mind. Pray.
We have accomplished what we set out to do. That is laudable.
There is much we ought to tend to. I bear word from Regent Kenspen, Your Majesty. He espied the delivery of a suspicious package to a man named Allard, a minister who happens to be one of the Queen Regent's staunchest and most powerful allies in the palace. From the pains he took to remain unseen, 'tis plain that Allard wished this delivery kept away from That alone is reason to suspect a connection to Disa's scheme. The Regent Kin intends to call Allard to his chambers come nightfall. He bids you to use this opportunity to search the minister's chamber
We're quarrel.
and see if there's aught to learn. What say you? Are you willing to open it? I shall ensure that the door to the minister's chambers is open. Pray.
There is only one acceptable outcome. Complete and utter success.
Rules occur every.
He is now well enough to walk unaided. And so, in honor of his supposed valor, they have been holding masquerade in Paris of late. The false sovereign's identity is still beyond our ken. Even the matter from where he hails remains a mystery. But mayhap approaching the false sovereign at one of these gatherings could afford you a glimpse into What say you, Your Majesty? Might I ask this task of you? My thanks. Some of the sentries posted at the master are under my command. I shall have them ease security. So pray, slip
The other day. Always a pleasure.
No purchases to be made today, I see. I just hope the shopkeep understands.
Gold is a resource best spent judiciously.
Welcome, sir, after all. 'Tis folly to linger on a single...
Well, actually, Myers.
masquerades being as they are.
Nope, never mind, I guess.
Will require suitable raiment. Much is made of appearances at such gatherings, and 'twould be wisest to dress the part when joining the other revelers. There is much we ought to tend to. If we are to strengthen Your Majesty's while examining the palace ledger for evidence of the Queen Regent's misdeeds. For some time now, it seems, she has been diverting a veritable mountain of gold to the daily purchase of sweet crown flower. What's more, this inexpedient spending habit is reported to have begun the very day on which Arthur, the would-be arisen, appeared in the city. This cannot be mere happenstance. I can only conclude that these sums are passing in. Yet it's strange, for sweet crown flowers only grow in the eastern Mayhap this knowledge will guide us in our pursuit of the false sovereign. 'Tis a frail hope, to be certain. Yet all the same, I am glad to hear it, for I cannot shake...
Say, have I seen you around?
I've things to do. You don't need a permit to get into the talk. Just hide in the back of an ox cart, Mind, you've got to avoid the guard line. But it's easy enough. I should know. I've done it. Inside the common quarters, you could say it was an
Oh, fuck. She just got saved. Oh shit, someone else went down. Oh, she better come back.
vocation when there are so many How goes the collection? Made any progress? Do come again.
Our foes will stay with me, Arisen. Wait right there.
Oh, she's back. She's back. Yeah, because she ran. I guess she just didn't have time to put her headset on. She saw that Mike Myers hit her while she was off the back window.
Oh, I'd kick just about anywhere right now.
Interested in my wares?
This calling
Wearing armor all day feels like punishment.
Reckon your trade towns can make you right sick of crowds. But here, but
It's not spraying. You know what's... Zach, do you know what spraying is?
at least you'll...
No, he peed on the carpet. No. Yeah. No, we got out of it. No, the pee was... It was just that Daisy added to it. And then Olivia also, I saw her piss in that same spot. It was everyone was pissing in that same spot on the carpet.
find a bit of peace and quiet.
Basically stayed forever. But it wasn't spray. Spray is like a toxic smell. It's not pee. I mean, technically it is.
Pleasure doing business with you.
Peruse at your leisure, sir. Well, aye, there's always demand for weapons.
This is generally used as a material.
Different combinations of materials in different creations.
I'd say go to Nia and have her fucking take the chase. Bring the chase to her. Shit.
Particularly near the ball.
But she's in the front movement spot, so. Yeah, work on it. Oh shit. She fucked up. She's going to somewhere else. She's going straight. Oh, she's getting so close to wiggle, she might wiggle free. Oh, she missed that skill check. Oh, she fucked up. She could've.
Order where.
I would go to fucking Nia too, piece of shit. Yeah, we're killing you in the front. That bitch don't deserve to live. I'd say sacrifice for the patch. She has 3 crows on her head. So she might be A-okay. Hey, if you can find my body, I have a map.
Quarrels occur. Always a pleasure.
Go on, have a look. Reckon trade towns can make you right sick of crowds, but here...
Oh shit, here. There it is. Wow. You gotta try to. My mark's so sticky, I don't know if I trust it. I'm so scared, bro. You're so ballsy. Run. We got Ruin, Lightborn,
At least you'll find a bit of peace and quiet. Pleasure doing business with...
Tis quiet about.
I'll not stand for this.
Where? Aye, there's always demand for weapons. But particularly near the board. where quarrels occur. Do come again?
I'll take any chance not to think on my troubles.
I'll serve with redoubled vigor this day. We must needs find a smith with the skill to restore this blade. To whom can we turn for aid in this matter?
Reckon your trade towns can make you right sick of crowds, but here...
Shall we get some rest, then? To this world I return, ready to put all I've learned to use.
Shall we hunt a few monsters to start the day off?
Come, we've much to be getting on with.
Feeling rested, I trust?
Mayhap if I could about.
Welcome, sir, after all. 'Tis folly to linger. A single vocation, when there are so... Many exciting methods of combat, always a pleasure.
An ox cart ought to make our journey easier.
'Twould allow us to save our strength, assuming we're...
Well, aye, there's always demand for weapons. particularly near... Always a pleasure. Well met, sir. How's the day?
Reckon your trade towns can make you right sick of crowds, but here, at least, you'll find a bit of peace and quiet.
We must rest. Though...
A good sleep does wonders.
Come, we've much to be getting on with.
A new day, a new perspective.
Need anything?
Welcome, sir. If you think me a liar, then buy something and see the... truth for yourself. Ah, I see you desire one of my masterpieces. Very well. Whate'er 'tis you need, I can hope to see you again.
Time to be heading home.
Might I be of service?
The highest one I can
I keep feeling
Now my fangs are like to fall out.
Slim pickings of late.
No, you said which armor do you like better? Yeah, a vest look-wise, like...
Can't work as late as I used to anymore.
There's a ladder here.
Perhaps new discoveries await us.
If you want my advice,
So, you seek to enter Batal, I presume? I'll have to...
Leave this place at once!
What the hell?
If I sleep on my woes,
to make hay
they
while
have
the
to
sun
go
shines.
away.
It's been a hard day. Growling. Time for an early supper.
The wing.
Wonder if there's any...
Well, if you think me a liar, then buy something and see the truth for yourself. Self.
Says unpopular opinion. He hates a song. Silence. Like, but it's like the best thing, like one of the best highlights.
Hope to see you again.
Our packs are heavier, and our purses far lighter.
An investment made for safer travels can hardly be called extravagant.
So, you seek to enter...
Leave this place at once! You...
It's literally...
So dull when there's nothing doing.
Me?
Let me be.
I follow my way.
Have you need of me?
So, you seek to enter Batar...
Leave this place at once! You have no right to be here.
Need someone to talk.
Just yonder looks to be a good spot for harvesting ingredients.
We could pick some now and use them when the need arises.
It's just about anywhere.
Why? Peruse at your leisure, sir.
I'm in no hurry to leave.
Dead tired.
Suppose I better get to work.
Welcome. If you think me a liar, then buy something. See the truth for yourself. Many thanks to you.
Yes.
Well, if you think me a liar, then buy. Call on me if e'er you're in need of it. Hope to see you again.
It'd be awesome if we could all play Baldur's Gate.
Finally, some peace and quiet.
This job better be worth.
Would you be larcenous deeds are the
Have a look.
What if I bought it for both of them?
what to do?
Pretty kind.
She said what?
Suppose I ought to earn my pay.
Well met, sir. How was the day treating you?
You best watch yourself.
She wouldn't have someone do it. It would be someone doing it to her.
I've been on my feet all day. Let's be ready to give this thing
I'm always doing about a dozen things at once. Well met, sir. How was the day treating you then?
Tis no easy thing, making a living as a soldier.
But not if she would have to, like, would she, like, I wouldn't want her to play it out of, like, a obligation.
It doesn't need interest. You can say you were a good career.
Well met, sir. How's the day treating you then?
Just
about
about
anyway.
I've been here so long, I almost forgot why I came.
Otherwise, I'll buy it for them.
Looking late. Am I losing my touch?
wares?
I end up feeling weary even after a day of rest.
Something might just magically drop into her messages. Be like, oh, what's this? A game? You know how many people have had to buy games for it because they're like, yeah, I don't want to spend the money. And they're like, no, I don't want you to buy it for me. So I just buy it for them and then we have fun. Like, it's like, fuckers, just take the gift. Shit, I keep getting the fucking baton. What the gay shit is this?
$37 on the Xbox. Oh, no, we're talking about number 3. What's something else? I'm talking about something.
The other ones are really old and shitty. I mean, they're not shitty, but they're really old. I could get it.
Hey, what are you? Why are you taking on the song? Okay, what about you, Zach?
If someone with a lot of disposable income.
Oh shit! And Zach also has a problem.
Not a problem.
Oh, okay. I'm pretty sure that's a problem.
Mm-mm. Check this out. I can't fucking spell. Wait a minute.
Zach has
Oh, that's right. No, wait. He has an Xbox
you have an Xbox One S?
Series.
Yes.
A series? Then he can play with us.
You have this Xbox One X.
Series.
You have an Xbox Series. No, he says he doesn't have the Series.
Then I don't know if he can.
Yeah, I don't think so. Yes, Zach doesn't have it.
Damn.
What do you mean you would have been? You don't want to even like spend the $10 for Xbox Live.
It might be available. Let me just look. Never mind, it's only on the new consoles.
Yeah, it's only on the new consoles, so only on the she got the next Xbox.
Then let's play with her. I'll get it for her.
She'd have to look up stuff and see if she.
Yeah, I mean, you have to be willing to deal with the combat. That's basically the big thing. Not everyone enjoys it.
Well, yeah, no, a lot of people like to actually combat.
This is a different style, genre. It's like actual D&D. This is what.
Yeah, combat the combat. On the wall.
Look, Master, a treasure chest. We shall have to find a way to reach it.
I'm not saying you should tell her this, but if she takes too long looking up the combat, she might just end up finding a game in her message.
Mayhap this ladder is here for a reason.
No.
After you,
Oh,
Arisen.
fuck. I'm not saying you should tell her that, but if she's like, yeah, I'll look up the combat and it's been like 2 weeks, she might just end up with the game in her inventory. You know what I'm saying?
A chance to put
I'm
my
saying if she
feet up
takes
with
too
this
long to
bloke
look
with
it up, I'm
fine
just gonna
ale.
buy it for her. Because I'm tired. I don't like giving, like, waiting. And if she doesn't want to play it, that's fine. I'm giving her the money, or the game, knowing it's being thrown away. That's how I buy gifts for everyone. Like, I bought a gift for Tate, or a game for Tate. We played it, wasn't his thing. He never played it again, but that's fine. That's what I do. Like, I just want to have fun. Or take the chance to have fun rather than not take a chance at all. It's worth the $70.
Aiming for I'm too tired. What's going on?
Fuck.
Just hold out till someone comes to me. My feet always take me here.
Need anything?
Without the understanding of like the story and stuff, it's people experience the music differently. They might just not care. They might hear it and go, eh.
Well, yeah, no, she compared the song to, for instance, to a Barbie movie film.
Mm-hmm.
Any loose coin about? Enough to make me rich?
Asterion?
Asterion.
Townspeople.
Everyone's creaming over Asterion.
Because Asterion.
If she says she hates Asterion, I'll buy her 3 copies of the game. One for her, one for her boyfriend, and one for Zach. I don't know. I'll buy Zach I'll buy one for her boyfriend, and I'll get Zach an Xbox. We'll have to sacrifice your We'll have to sacrifice your cookies.
Nattering all day. It's tiring work.
Okay, maybe not the Xbox, but I'd get it for her and her boyfriend. It'd be my entire disposable income. I mean, I don't use it for anything anyway.
Wearing armor all day feels like a punishment.
Finally, interested in my wares?
Bread on the table.
I end up feeling weary even after a day of rest.
There are no chests. Or fucking.
Well met,
I
son.
report
How
this
might I
one.
be of
Yay.
service? My bed calls and I shan't resist.
Interested in my wares?
You might have dropped out.
Lots to do. Rest is good.
No.
Oh, you're still there? Ah, so we got Sable.
We get paid Friday.
That went as well as we might have hoped. Let us cast our eyes about and analyze the situation.
Use my money.
Time to catch myself up, look around town.
Oh fuck! Can't do that. I'll do that next time. I know where that is.
As I recall, the location of another of our tasks is not far from here.
We shall have to decide which is the most pressing. We cannot do everything.
I sent him a picture of the lobby.
Yours isn't a face I'm accustomed to seeing around the palace. How did you get in here?
What? What do you mean?
Let's see.
The internet is, don't worry, I'm not saying Baldur's Gate is bad or anything, various romances and
The corpse regards you lifelessly.
Hey man, no hard feelings. I didn't mean to murder you. So yep, hate to say it, but I'm a proud new addict of Baldur's Gate 3, so just consider this video an intervention, a meeting of Baldurians Anonymous, or maybe a cult recruitment. Nearly every companion has like a really interesting backstory. It's pretty great. Hello, Mummy. Use the power of the D20. They start out holding back always some intense secret.
So now they've been recruited by Wizards of the Coast to go all in on a... These are all characters connected to the story with their own backstories, motivations, race. And brutal, which is a welcoming change compared to how long certain encounters could last in Divinity 2. The game does a good job easing you into combat, but like once you're out of the tutorial, the gloves are off. Every encounter is a challenge, and they almost never feel stuck or half-baked. Even the smaller encounters usually still demand you to think and use everything and really be challenged. It's not often that you come across something and do 2 melee whacks and then it's dead. Like, no, this is not really that.
Man, I gotta piss so hard.
Everything at once.
Somewhere I can sit. I gotta piss.
Should my story entertain you? Even if it shouldn't, I would greatly appreciate a coin or two to soothe my throat with a mug.
A crime committed here will see one confined to jail.
I've heard that jailers are paid a pittance, despite the hardships of their work.
Then we'd best keep some coin on hand to ease our potential warders' suffering, and make them an ally to our cause.
Though to the soldier's aid he would fain have leapt, unease overtook him, so behind a pillar he crept. And not a moment too soon, for there came a flash of light, ere the room filled with screams, soldiers wailing at their plight. Then the shrine grew deathly still, and our hero was all alone. For every last soldier had been transformed into stone. Wary of his foe, and with presence of mind, the man crept up to the pillar upon which 'twas entwined. Seeing his moment, he unsheathed his blade, and brought the pillar low in a thundering cascade. The gloating serpent was caught by surprise, and with a pitiful hiss, 'neath the pillar it writhed. Till mustering swiftly the last of its might, to the depths of the shrine did the monster take flight. Thus with a wit as sharp as his sword was honed, did our hero put an end to the threat imposed. And who was our hero? Why, needless to say, 'twas the father of House Berkeley, which lives on to this day.
Only care I have is how to spend the day.
No shame in letting down your hand, must
Is there any chance Dalton would wanna play Baldur's Gate? Okay.
Gather round, treat your ears to it.
There's a ladder here.
Perhaps new discoveries await us above.
Time for a nurse. This place is the town's beating heart.
You also got to remember she has irregular play times.
Leave off! Before you earn my spot. This is too much.
I'm done for.
I lament this calling of children.
She has no like solid days off a week or anything like that. But she's preoccupied Wednesday.
Rejoice, my darling, for your Albert is returned.
Welcome home, dear.
I spend my days spinning yarns, only to come home to a wife for whose radiance I have no words. If there is a more fortunate fool in the city, I have yet to meet him.
Oh, you bold-faced flatterer.
Really now, you mustn't shirk your duty, lest you forget 'tis the Arisen we serve here.
I'm well aware of that, thank you.
Drink is a vice of lesser men.
Interested in my wares?
Wonder what rumors the day has in
My bed
Stock up on the basics.
Drink is the vice of lesser men.
Fats.
Wish I'd been born a nobleman, son.
I've a
My
book
bed
I ought to be getting back to.
And I shan't resist.
You're dead.
I end up feeling
Ain't nothing but trouble lurking
a
here.
day of rest.
Before we play Baldur's Gate, would you be willing to make a sandwich?
Not my kind of place, this.
Before we play Baldur's Gate?
Content to
Humility
live
is
in
here.
idleness.
When I say sandwich, I mean like
The hour's grown late.
white
Hilda's
bread.
going to have
I
my
don't mean
hide.
big.
Life's been pretty kind to me.
I'll try one hamburger. Make it tasty.
Wish I'd mixing
I'll collect that. You needn't trouble yourself.
Do you perchance remember me? Well, I'm his maid no longer. They'll tell no other soul of this. Afeard of inviting conflict over their inheritance, yet the loss of her newborn. I had hoped the sight of her loss would seem it was not to be.
Ah, sir, I see. 'Twas
Fuck,
under
I'm trying
you
to
must
chase somebody.
understand. The House of the Blue, thus, for the sake of all who reside herein, though it pains me to perpetuate.
dead on my feet. Maybe I'll get right here.
Oh, what does this say?
Let's have a look then.
I'd sooner stay out of battle, where it possible.
Goes awry.
Right, door's locked. That should do it.
My game just crashed. Hello?
Hello? Oh, there you go. Sir Grunkle got yeah. If I had to choose between a high elf and one, obviously.
This is most convenient. Another destination we were bound for is not far from here.
Efficiency is not the only factor worthy of consideration.
Yeah, but high elves are pretty though. Like the highest words. Yeah, but also there's the principle what high elves do. Orcs are hardy, they're strong, they fare better in fights. They're not assholes. I don't know, I think kill mage is pretty. The conflict of war, you know what you do? You explore it. You conjure something yourself, so those two conjure things by themselves, and you just enter information. That's basically defenseless, but you're on it with that. See?
You're talking about Baldur's Gate? Hmm.
They don't. Bro, I mostly because I see roads.
That's not happening.
They're still way easier to fight than anything. Because I'm built like a tank, so if I go against
Any chance to be alone is a welcome one.
really like are built for fucking tank.
Wonder if anyone will notice if I stay here a bit.
Once you get up close to the fucking
Oh, you're always good for a laugh.
Can't help but talk in a whisper when I'm here. Fancy a kill, but not at the expense of my duty.
A crime committed here will see one confined to jail.
I've heard that jailers are paid a pittance, despite the hardships of their work.
Then a bribe might avail us, should the time come.
other way. Oh yeah.
Always a fresh breeze blowing round here.
Tis so dull when there's nothing doing.
Yeah. You don't even need to count like the numbers are right there.
Any chance to be alone is a welcome.
Fancy a kill, but not at the expense of my duty.
ought to have known this would be my lot. It hurts to breathe.
Tis so dull when there's nothing doing.
All the best tales come from travellers at the inn.
Got to focus. My head will roll if force goes awry.
I quite like it here.
Wouldn't say no to a nice, juicy beast steak.
Not sure what they expect. I'm no cook.
To put bread on the table.
Master, my heart knows no greater peace than when I am by your side.
All the best tales come from travellers at the inn.
Got to focus. My head will roll if force goes awry.
Shall we get some rest then?
Good morrow, everyone.
Come, we've much to be getting on with.
Shall we get underway?
Well met, sir.
Oh, what does this say?
Let's have a look then.
Quite the predicament. Would that all my days were so tranquil.
I've heard of the voice of No, I would not try anything like that. Why would you
I dream of adventure and
Always
dalliances
a
with
fresh
bandits.
breeze blowing round here.
I don't believe I've had the pleasure, sir. Have we some business I'm unaware of?
Yeah, he also had
You mean to tell me that Albert has been playing the part of a beggar? That man who would sooner starve to death than lift a finger in the pursuit of honest labour? If this is a jest, it is in very poor taste. All the same, I will place these clothes somewhere about the house. If he has aught to hide, his reaction when he finds them, you may visit us again in a few days' time.
Overwhelming.
It's marvelous, so you know more like an anti thing. And hurt that I mean, track like I mean, stuff. I know you can't.
Such quietude.
No.
Quite the predicament.
The entity prevents it. The entity prevents it.
I find any turncoats. I've got it.
Blessed be we servants of the heavens.
Peruse at your leisure.
Whatever's to be done.
Mayhap this ladder is here for a reason.
We ought to put it to good use.
Welcome to the Star Drop Inn.
We serve all manner of fine ales here. Shall I pour you a cup to start you off? Come back anytime.
Well met, sir.
Welcome to the Star Drop Inn. We serve all manner of fine ales here. Always a pleasure.
Well met, sir. Fancy a gander? Fine wares all pleasant spice.
Let's take it easy today.
Townsend politics are no concern of mine.
I'm in fine fettle today.
Always the same.
Well met, sir. Fancy a gander?
Plenty of gossip.
Fine wares all
From me,
With such worn out gear.
I'm in fine fettle today.
the lonely lot.
What a racket.
well met, sir. Fancy a gander? Fine wares all.
There is much we ought to tend to, if we are to strengthen your Majesty's claim as a true arisen. Ah, yes. Regarding your pursuer from some days past, as we suspected, he was indeed an agent from Batal. When he learnt of your Majesty's escape, he began inquiring after your movements. 'Tis a glad thing we captured him before matters escalated. As to how he learned your Majesty's location with such ease, I intend to extract the answers from him anon. I shall be sure to inform you when I do. Pray, take this. 'Tis the least...
So someone saw fit to monitor you all the way over in Batal? I suppose that means you're famous, Master.
There is much we ought to tend to, if we are to strengthen your Majesty's claim as a true arisen. Do not forget that we work to serve...
Go on, have a look.
Won't someone do aught about this?
A lonely place, but not without its
Those new...
We shall remain here.
Head will roll if all goes awry.
Idleness is a luxury of
sooner my duties are
spirit.
My stomach's growling. Time for an early supper.
He's not even helping me. This is.
Tis best you move along. Should one of the other guards espy you, I will be forced to play my part. Pray.
Ace now has a map. He is now leaving the basement. It doesn't show it on my screen, okay? Yeah, it did not have the two little difference.
Who's there?
Oh my fucking god!
Pray, keep your voice low. Twouldn't be good for either of us if someone was summoned to come check on me. Could it be that you have come to bring Mother's schemes to light? Aye, Disa is my mother. Pray forgive me for not telling you sooner. 'Twas never my intent to deceive you. I'd simply feared that if I spoke the truth, none would wish to involve themselves with me. But that is no longer a concern. 'Tis clear that we are allied in purpose.
See, if you come and do the killer shack, maybe I can take it.
My word! You mean to say that you are the true Arisen? That the Sovereign currently residing in the palace is a pretender? Could Mother have had a hand in that as well?
Regent Kin Sven appears to be missing from his chambers. Have you seen him?
Me? No, sir.
Then start searching, you fool. Should aught befall the Regent Kin, 'tis us who'll answer to her grace.
Forgive me. My absence seems to have made this rather more difficult for us. You ought leave the palace at once. This room turned up little of interest, but I've a mind to look into this further. I shall send word to Captain Brandt if I discover aught you should know. I'll head out first and speak with the Sentinels. Use that opportunity to make good your escape.
Sven, where have you been?
Forgive me. I couldn't sleep. I thought a stroll might clear my head.
Prithee, inform us when you leave your chambers. If aught were to happen to you.
Oh shit, he's out for I'm so sorry, Steve.
I've been on my feet all day. I've been on my feet all day. My legs are as lead.
I'm just grateful I get to lead a quiet
to be taken
life.
care of before the day's
Have
done.
circumstantial contrive to entertain.
Always a fresh breeze blowing round here.
That's such peace. Reigned eternal.
There's comfort in the hunt. This is where I find my life. Nice place, this.
Won't someone do aught about this?
I'll collect that. You needn't trouble yourself.
Look as long as you please.
There is much we ought to tend to, if we are to strengthen your Majesty's claim as a true Arisen. How fared your mission? Was there aught suspicious to be found in the Queen Regent's office? This scrap. 'Twas part of a letter, and from Batal no less. This alone can prove little, but 'tis clear that Disa's schemes run deep. To think, Disa's actions have weighed even on the mind of her own son. 'Tis a surprise, but a welcome one. Disa is the doting mother before the Regent King. If Regent King Sven is willing to aid us by drawing Disa's focus, we may be able to gain more useful information. You have done well, Your Majesty, though I am limited in the aid I'm able to.
What could the Queen Regent be plotting?
How very peculiar.
There is much we ought to tend to if we are to strengthen your Majesty's claim as a true Arisen. While examining the palace ledger for evidence of the Queen Regent's misdeeds, I made a curious discovery. For some time now, it seems she has been diverting a veritable mountain of gold to the daily purchase of sweet crown flower. What's more, this inexpedient spending habit is recorded to have begun the very day on which Arthur, the would-be Arisen, appeared on the scene. This cannot be mere happenstance. I can only conclude that these sums are passing into the hands of Arthur himself. Yet 'tis strange. For sweet crown flowers only I dare say 'twas not an item chosen idly. 'Tis a frail hope to be certain. Yet all the same, I would ask that your Majesty venture to Vermont's eastern edge and probe into this young man's... I am glad to hear it. For I cannot shake the feeling that uncovering the identity of the false sovereign
He likes my map that I left him. You accepted my map?
It is of dire import we unmask the false sovereign. To that end, we must travel to Vermon's eastern edge. Methinks I know the general destination. Shall I show? Lead the way, Master.
You have our gratitude. Lead the way.
Come on, have a look. Good evening, sir. I trust... You fared all right on the roads? Much obliged.
What delights might there be to find you?
Could use a dash of salt.
Times are hard.
There's a ladder here.
After you, Arisen.
Not at the expense of my duty.
Why bother carrying a lantern, if not to use it when light is needed?
Tis a glad thing we rested.
Try not to get hit. Let's do that Vin go to waste.
Let my magic imbue your weapon with the fury of the elements. Well done. Aught fell from the beast that had breathed its last.
sheer luck.
Ox carts make for relatively safer travel.
Walking everywhere is certainly tiring.
When does my watch end? I've clean forgotten.
Did you ever find out about Dalton? Yeah. Makes sense.
No sense letting the enemy gain the upper hand. The early griffin gets the worm, as they say. Over so soon? Why, we seem to have come through unscathed.
Overconfidence is an enemy in and of itself. Let us instead strive to better ourselves with every battle.
Are we playing Baldur's Gate after this, or are you still with them? Then, sorry, then what? She left? Okay. Do you want to play Baldur's Gate, or do you want to spend time? Okay.
Perhaps this will seem of little consequence, but different masters favor different pawns. One who... What say we get some rest? I'm not sure I could face a trek with my belly so full.